this. So let me make sure that we're connected here. BreezeLine likes to disconnect me in the morning. Let's make sure we are having this work. Okay. Okay, good. All right, looks like we are live. Okay, great. Let me change the screen over to the charts. Sorry about that. So my internet keeps on cutting out here in the morning sometimes. So, all right. So today we have nothing really major. Very small item here at 10 o'clock in the morning. And let's take a look at the charts to see what's going on there and get our day started here. So we have our daily chart here. I'm actually going to remove, well, let me think about this. Let me take a look at the daily chart over on my other side too. I want to see why my other lines aren't showing up. It's weird. Want my if the data ranges to show up. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to show them on all charts then. Hey Delphine, good morning, good morning. Nothing happening in nothing happening on the charts today, at least not in the morning. It's going to be a pretty choppy morning, I think, because of how much we ranged up over the course of the previous day, or on Friday. So typically when you have all-time highs, it's going to be a little choppier, and such a huge range Friday. Typically it's going to be a choppier day. So okay, there we go. There we go. That's kind of what I wanted here. Okay, great. And then I want one more here. Fantastic. Okay, great. Let's see. These are all fine. These are if the data ranges. Let me put the new week opening gap on. Oops, what happened? There we go. Okay. Now let's get the new week opening gap settled. And somewhere around here. There we go. Close is 17463.25. 17463.25. Delphine, what'd you get into over the weekend? Do you have a good weekend? Open 17465.75. Wow, that's almost not even worth putting. There's really nothing there. But we need to market anyways, just to be consistent, right? And make this one an old ray. And let's draw that out over time so that we see that on our lower time frame charts as well, because Ninja doesn't let you otherwise. I really should just put this out like 5 weeks. Let me see, actually. 1, 2, 3. There should be 4 or 5 more weeks. 4 or 5 more weeks. There we go. What I'm doing right now with these, yes, super, an evening with friends and me. Yeah, we had dinner with the parents, you know, had a good hangout with some friends, planned a 40th birthday party for one of my friends, and gonna head to Vegas. So should be it's a fun time. Ifta Trader, good morning. Good morning. Just getting some of the typical initial preparation done here, so I'm gonna clean up some of these charts as well while I do that, because we all know the day after a huge range day is not exactly the highest probability time to trade. But nevertheless, we will look for signatures and see if there's anything that can be done on a lower time frame scalping perspective. I'm talking very low time frame scalping perspective. Okay, so there's Asia's range. It's easier if I just do this. There we go. Use a slower mouse speed to chart that properly. Okay. All right, where is what happened to, there's my midnight opening price. Okay. Midnight opening price is roughly around there. All right, we are set. Okay, so we see on London, let's take a closer look at this. So Asia's high has not been taken out yet. We see sell side being taken, sell side being taken, sell side being taken into a hourly fair value gap, and we continue to see kind of just this really tight consolidation here. Amir, Umar, good morning. Good morning. How long have you been trading? I have been studying ICT concepts since October of 2022. I only recently decided to document this journey in August of this past year. So it's taken a good solid year of studying, and even then I'm still learning every day. How about you, Amir? All right, let's go back to the higher time frames here as well, because I want to understand what is this. I thought I removed all of these. There's some weird artifacts here. Like, I'm pretty sure I removed all of those things. It's very strange. Like, what are these? 15417.75. I don't know what these artifacts are. That's so bizarre. Daily short-term low. See, why are these still showing up? That's so bizarre. It must have been on every single chart or something, but weird. Okay. So now let me remove this and make this into an inversion fair value gap here. Actually, we don't need to refer to that really much anymore, but yeah. Let me just get rid. Let's see here. Amir Umar, that's great. Also trading using ICT concepts. You started trading in October. You've been a great inspiration. Oh, thank you. That's awesome, Umar. Amir Umar. Yeah, just a little bit at a time, right? Like for me, I'm trying to make these. Obviously there's plenty of traders who have made it in the prop firm world. There's plenty of failures as well in the prop firm world. So I'm trying to stay consistent in this and be able to tape read and find a play in the morning, you know? If there's anything that can be done in the early morning, then I'll try to look for it, right? So let's mark out some of the key and grab this rejection block up here. Tie that out over time. What's that opening? 17,556.75. Ooh, what happened there? 17,556.75. There we go. We want to make that buy side liquidity. Okay, so I just disconnected, so I should be back now. Okay, here we go. Come on. Great. And now it's reconnected. This is so frustrating. Oh boy. All right, so looks like my internet's back. Let's try this again. So I'm gonna treat over the course of Asia, we see that London's been trading lower. Sell side has been continuously taken here, but as you can see here, and I guess technically I can put the London buy side liquidity at that high of 17,561. Just note that on the 15-minute, there's a rejection block here. There's a rejection block up here as well. And it looks like it traded pretty much to just below that bearish order block there. There's a little fair value gap, a little SIBI, if you may. Noted on the 15-minute back here. Very small SIBI that this traded to. On the 15-minute, you can see it closer here. And you can see how price traded to exactly that. So high of 17,547.75, 17,547.75, 17,547.75. So far today, we are looking at a price movement higher from the new week opening gap. And we need to see if this price movement higher. Now notice as well that as this as this price opened, let's take a look back at the new week opening gap. So we had one little blip down, but it's only moved up since then for the most part. It's been up above that area, right? So today we likely will see consolidation during the first half of the year, or first half of the day. I don't think we're gonna get any plays today. Not while we're able to trade anyways, and then before I start my workday. Amir Umar, my goal for this year is to get a prop firm account. How do you start your analysis and what is your entry setup like? Well, my entry setups are the same as what ICT teaches in the 2022 model. So that's one of the entries that I look for. And how do you start your analysis? My goodness. You have I think you could probably take a look at some of the past videos that I've walked through in the morning. Every single morning we take a look at higher time frame analysis, and then we get a sense of where price is going to draw to, and then you apply that to your lower time frame analysis, and then typically during the trading day you look at economic factors. What's happening today on an economic factor perspective? Is there anything important? And then you frame your timing of trades around that. And once you find that, you determine, okay, well, am I higher time frame bullish? Am I higher time frame bearish? And then from there, you can shift down into lower time frames, identify where the major stops are, and then determine where those run-on stops could be for the day in order for price to head in the direction that you are anticipating for the week and even for the month even. So for this month of January, in general, it is bullish. It has risen quite a bit. It doesn't have to rise anymore, but I think that we'll continue on with this trend until we get proven otherwise. So it doesn't mean that we can't have retracements, but on the monthly chart, generally that's going to give you a better sense of like, hey, what liquidity is it reaching for, and when will it potentially stop? So I am of the impression that we are going to continue bullish. We don't have much more time until the end of January, but February is February is a bullish month. So we're keeping seasonality in mind as well. Quarterly shift, quarterly tendencies, seasonal tendencies, and I'm actually going to take a look at another item here. I'm going to take a look at the commitment of traders report. Let me see where we've gotten the past 1 year. Negative, what's this value at? 47, 39, 42, 601, 38. So the short position has started to unwind. So this is like the lowest we've been in quite some time. So once I start to see, and let me take a look at open interest as well. These are all things that you're typically doing on a higher time frame. Open interest continues to rise. So when open interest is this high, generally you're seeing, I mean, you can see a correlation here, right? Commercials are positioning net short in general, and their open interest is still high. Now, if we continue to see this rise as prices rise, I mean, it's going to be at some point when they're getting rid of their shorts. Until that happens, we are seeing commercials hedge short into these all-time highs. So I'm weary of extended movement higher, but that doesn't mean that it can't happen. So we're going to keep that in mind, but we won't let that completely destroy any inter-price movement that we see in the market. So what we're going to do is, since today we're working from home, we will be able to trade until roughly, about 8:30-ish, a little bit after that. And then we have to go make sure we can eat food and head there as well. But yeah, I mean, Amir, I would say everything over on Inner Circle Traders playlist, that'll give you everything you need. If you're gonna study ICT concepts, then you need to pick your model from there. I prefer run-on stops and then going down to a very low time frame to look for evidence of reversal there. You can certainly use what is it? I think there's Cameron's model. I think that one is one that is regardless of bias. I believe Cameron's model is able to be used without a bias. So Cameron's model is where you identify a potential liquidity on a 15 or 60-minute time frame here. There's nothing really much here, but except for this London short-term high, this London short-term low, right? You can wait for like a 1 minute or 5 minute stop hunt above that. So let's take maybe let's see if there's anything here on the 1 minute we can point out. Okay, so here's a 1 minute or 5 minute stop hunt that is opposing this liquidity down here. And actually, we'll see if that's a good option, but you can kind of see on Asia, there's one here too that it was aiming for. So this was a stop hunt up here, relative equal highs up here. And we had liquidity down here as well. So that's not much, but it's a decent 25 handles in the beginning of the morning, right? But it was really hard to read that. But you do see resting liquidity up here, resting liquidity down here. And we wait for the stop hunt to happen on a 5 minute or 1 minute. So you see that on this candle. On this very first candle here, you see that, right? Then once you go, let me go find that point in time, is roughly 2:20 in the morning, right? Let's go back to 2:20 in the morning here. You can go down to, if I can get this to work. So then let's go down to a 30-second chart. This is that same stop hunt right there, right? Same stops getting hunted there, right? So then you can go down to a 30-second chart and you see, let's see, one displacement here, another displacement here. We head all the way down here. We see our first up close candle. and then we see further displacement again. So at this true displacement and bearish order block, you can then take that first 30-second fair value gap here. These are breakaway gaps that take out these short-term lows, but it doesn't trade back up into it, right? So here, this would have been a potential short here, 17,546, and you could have taken that down to 36 or 26 for 10 or 20 handles. Very short, very small, very, very, very small scalping perspective, but that in itself is a model as well. You don't hold for huge moves, but you certainly can find lower time frame setups there in that case when you're looking for run-on stops, basically. Waleed, are you short right now? I am not short right now. I'm not trading right now. If you entered the stream earlier today, you know that we know that it's always going to be choppier or more consolidation after a huge range day. So typically the morning session isn't going to be as fruitful. Boyd, good morning. Hope you had a good weekend as well. Good to see you. Delphine, SMT on the 15-minute. ES took Asia high and not NASDAQ. Let's take a look. Okay, let's see, 15-minute time frame. Okay, what is going on here? Nothing saved. Let me duplicate in a new tab. Go down to 15 minutes. Okay, let's take a look. $15-minute, so yeah. This is our YM. This is our NASDAQ down here. So it looks like relative equal highs on ES, lower highs on the Dow, lower highs on our NASDAQ here. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit here. Yeah, it it barely took that high. So that would be potential SMT for us to head short. I need to see it play out a little bit further first, since we didn't immediately take out a key level with that SMT divergence. So I'll watch that and keep that in mind, but not pay terribly too much. I'm not giving it a ton of credence to go short yet. But I do see that 15-minute short-term low is kind of like waiting and itching to be taken there. But no trades follow my model here. Nothing yet. So PD array has been traded to already. So outstanding liquidity would be this rejection block here. I'll put two of these here because they are equally as considered to be considered equally. This is a rejection block here on the buy side if we are thinking we are heading lower in the first part of this week, which if we are bullish, we would definitely consider heading lower during this part of the week. Real-time hour charts, we see that we ended up opening here, trading down slightly into Asia on Friday, and then just completely letting this go. So we need to see where we end up. So here we ended up closing the week here, roughly, right? Let's move this up here too. what does that mean for us, right? Well, price is hovering around 17,536 right now. So it's up here. We're going to be opening with a gap below us at 9:30 in the morning if we open there. So my thoughts are it should come down and at least aim for new week opening gap, maybe have a touch there. If it is insanely bullish, maybe it doesn't, but we haven't seen our buy side liquidity get taken just yet. Now, if we are accumulating here to head higher, this would be accumulation, and then we'll see if manipulation lower happens at 9:30 in the morning. What does that look like? Well, every single day, you're going to have some form of accumulation, manipulation, and distribution, right? So that begins when the day begins, roughly around here. On Friday, you saw movement here. You saw things setting up here, accumulating, manipulating, and then distributing. Does manipulation need to take out London lows or Asia lows? Absolutely not. But it does need to take out some form of lows. And it just so happened to be that there is this fair value gap there that happened to be there as well. So you get to see a lot of good confluences together. If you do, and you're bullish, higher time frame, then you can take your trade. You can have confidence taking that trade. Okay. Let's see what else we have here. Let me move the real-time hour chart. ES on the daily. Remember, let me go back to NASDAQ on the daily as well. So NASDAQ on the daily is now reaching for this 4-hour short-term high. It's a daily short-term high as well, but it's reaching for that high followed by this high here, which would be all-time highs, right? E-mini as well. Here. It is too currently breaching this monthly short-term high and headed towards these short-term highs up there on the weekly. You can see that just the same, right? This is ES, by the way, on the weekly chart. You can see the same here. It's broken this, and it's heading up towards this area. From a Six Sister concept, E-mini is likely going to be the one that will head higher faster if it will do so. And I don't know if it's going to do so. On a daily perspective, you can see how that daily candle kind of spiked up. There's a volume imbalance now there. And that's what it looks like on the daily. You can see those monthly long-term highs up there. And there's this target here as well it can be reaching for next. So this short-term high roughly at 4,964. I think it's still going to head up that way. So yeah, I mean, after seeing this type of movement here, can we retrace down into this segment here? Yes, absolutely. But now we have this mitigation block on E-mini S&P to also consider. Does it head down to this mitigation block and do those shorts mitigate their shorts by buying? If so, then we'll see an immediate reaction there on the ES, right? Let's look on the Dow. Monthly Dow, again, Dow is also rising and waiting to achieve this all-time high. On the weekly chart, same thing. Nothing changed here. It's heading for this weekly high. Last couple weeks have been huge in terms of taking out buy-side liquidity, relative equal highs, and short-term highs here, followed by, and it did not reject off of this rejection block. So that leads me to believe that the Dow is going to head up to 320, about 200 points higher and make an all-time high. So intermarket analysis, right? We've taken a look at intermarket analysis here. We know that there's high likelihood for buy-side liquidity to be taken out on the higher time frame. So even though we're in a huge premium, my bias is still to the upside for the time being until futures contracts takes out our other highs. That's what I'm kind of looking for is, does NASDAQ take out all-time highs over here? Does NASDAQ take out all-time highs? Then does the Dow take out all-time highs? But ES gets stuck in this little range. If that's the case, that's what I'm looking for on a higher time frame for us to really be able to get a monthly SMT divergence to the downside. That's what I'm anticipating might happen as we go into the coming months. But the flip side could also occur. I'm not going to preempt that. I'm not going to say that E-mini might not catch up and make all-time highs too, because it can. So we need to keep that in mind, that NASDAQ and Dow are likely to hit all-time highs before E-mini does. It is an election year as well, so it's very possible everything hits all-time highs. If that's the case, then you just, continue following the trend until we see evidence that we have truly shifted the trend, right? So typically with all-time highs, you have people FOMOing and buying in even at all-time highs, which is stupid, but it is what it is. Oh, what's going on here? Is my data messed up again? Give me a second here. My data got disconnected on Ninja. I'm going to remove these lower time frame charts on Ninja, and that's fine. That can stay. I can remove the 15-minute on this side here. Keep it to 1 hour. All right, so let's give the charts a little bit. In the meantime, while those charts load, I'm going to load up my other computer. Got to get ready for work. All right, so you can see it loading now. To be fair, I probably do have way too much data running here. I probably don't need 4-hour displacement SMT, 16-minute SMT, 15-minute SMT, 1-minute SMT. That's fine. I don't need 15-second SMT. And on ES, I like to have that there. We'll get rid of this chart. Get rid of this chart too. Then I can have oil on a 15-minute chart instead over here. All right. There we go. There we go. Something was really wrong with my data there, so it had been abridged. I don't know what was going on there. So we reached up. We have now created a displacement lower here, right? So we reached up to midnight open. And look at that here. So we're going to keep it here. And of course, 1 month intermediate term high. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of some of the old lines here that we don't use anymore. We don't need these for the time being. We can get rid of these as well. What is this? Okay, chart is clean. I get rid of the old Asia ranges as well. Actually, we can keep that one. That's fine. All right, so this is what we're seeing on the hourly. Let's grab this thing over here. Let's take a look at something as well. On the daily chart, I need to take a look at something here. So if we do head higher, in the realm of possibility, let me get the whole swing here. So in the realm of possibility, because we've already achieved our first target here at the 50 mark, in the realm of possibility, if we head higher, it could potentially be 18,584.90. If we continue higher. So that is a level I'll be watching if we do roar higher. Okay, so hourly chart looks like that. Okay, so daily draws. Overall draw on liquidities are still higher here. Oh, notice that movement up into this sell side imbalance. This could have been a trade if I was paying attention, but it's run a little bit too far away now for it to be a future trade. I'm gonna remove this for the time being. Overall, 17,589.5 and 17,702. Draw buy side liquidities with possible retracement first. That's what I'm thinking this week is possible. But let's see. Oops, what happened there? So that hourly will remain there. Next draw can be down here. If there's another displacement here, might be able to take that. But for shorts today, I think shorting above midnight open would have been ideal. I wish I saw this. I totally was charting and missed it. So here we see we took liquidity here, we displaced. So this would have been a beautiful little mark there. And now we're back at Asia's lows. I think we're going to head for London's lows today. Jay Whitney, good morning. Good morning. So there's that displacement there. That would have been a really nice short. 10 points so far. I did enter short. Should I move my stop loss on break even? Well, if you watch if you study the 2022 model, ICT will teach you how to manage your stop loss. If you move it to break even, it depends on where you got in. But my stop loss would be at if I took that 17,545 like 547 short, my stop loss wouldn't move to any higher than or any lower than that 17,548 area. Not until we made a lower low on a short-term low. If we make it low below here, then I would move to break even. But so far we've only broken through this short-term low. There's this short-term low that you could move your stop to break even after and have relatively low probability that it would come back on you. But again, I'm treating these mornings after huge range days with a lot of care and low leverage because I can't tell what direction it wants to go yet. So for the time being, internal range liquidity to internal range liquidity, scalps are what you want to tackle. All right, so looks like we took out this liquidity here. Let me go down to the 15-minute. So we took out 1 minute short-term low liquidity. That's about 6. Let's see, 39, 40, about 10. 47 to 37, yeah, about 10 handles there. Not bad. It's the only problem with working. So because I work a 9 to 5, the only problem with that is that on days like this, you will not be able to participate in the PM session. I don't want to trade any of this. I'm not trading any of this, you know. I mean, London did provide about 40 handles of range right here, right? So London's Judas swing up here provided some, but if you weren't keen on looking at the 15-minute chart, you wouldn't have known that it would have traded up into here at 47 and then traded down to 18, right? There's not really an excellent indicator, even on the 5-minute chart. Nothing really to indicate that, hey, here's where I'm gonna get prices to buy back to the upside. There's nothing here, right? There's nothing that I can see, at least. Nothing on the 15-minute either. There's a little buy-side liquidity, buy-side imbalance down here that I think we could be heading down to because I see this. So what I'm watching today on the 15-minute, I'm watching this on the 15-minute chart. As a return to I'll just take this all the way out to the PM session. So I think we head down into this particular buy side imbalance because I see there's a bullish order block here. I like that a lot. It can head down to here. Yeah, it can retrace here a little bit and then bounce down there. But at open, if it heads down into this area, that's where I'll be looking for potential longs. I think that's what it's still setting up for, is continuation to the long side. If it doesn't go there, then let's take a look on the hourly and see if there's anything else we can find. Nothing. There's nothing but buy side candles there. No points of entry. Especially considering that there's no swing. There's no swings here except for down here to here. Swing low. So equilibrium of this dealing range. Equilibrium puts us down here in this area here. There's no fair value gaps. We've already used this order block, but there is a discount buy side imbalance within this swing range. Now, if we're super bullish, we might only get down to the 50% mark and then immediately bounce up higher. So curious to see what happens there. Clarity, good morning. Good morning. We are only reading price right now. We are only reading price. We are not trading in this difficult range here. Again, we need to let the morning play out, in my opinion. I still do think that those higher time frame buy side liquidities are likely still the draw. But if we get a retracement, I would look for the equilibrium point around 17,367. So as you can see here, shorts just got wiped out there with that squeeze. But that's okay. I mean, if we take the trade, then that is what we understand to be the trade risk, right? We are always trading with the probability of risk. So you see how we don't really trade these as much. Or if you are trading, you want to take profit quickly. 10 handles here, 10 handles there. Okay, let's get this side rolling as well. Gonna have to work today, so I won't be around the computer in the afternoon. Hopefully you guys find a good trade in the PM session. I would highly recommend you wait for the PM session. Let the opening sort itself out. Does look like it's headed for that rejection block here, so I'm gonna keep an eye on this. Asia and London highs still not taken. I think we will manipulate to the highs to 17,500, then go back in the range. 17,500. We are manipulate the highs and then head down to 17,500, then go back into range. Oh, I see. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if it works there. I think it will create relative equal highs here as well. Yeah, we'll see. If it does create relative equal highs up there and it still doesn't take the buy side liquidity, then once we head down into that 15-minute BISI that I pointed out, I think it can head down to that for New York Open and then bounce from there potentially. Or if they want to really like have a bearish tone, then um, it would head down to the new week opening gap at least. Those two are pretty close together, so we'll be watching both. But it does look like we've started to see higher lows being formed here. So movement toward this rejection block is likely. Whether or not it rejects there, different story. Oh, you trade in CFDs. Okay, yeah. The numbers will be slightly different in CFDs, but okay, gotcha. Let me go to 15-minute ES. Cool. Looking at E-mini, S&P. Nothing there yet. Okay, so it's creating a relative equal high here. Let's see if it bursts through this rejection block, 15-minute, and bursts through London high. So this might have been the move lower for us to head higher. So now we're approaching London's high here. So notice how we started the day heading lower first, generally, and are now breaking above our midnight opening price. We'll see if this turns into a rejection here. A rejection block. That wick is kind of nice, but if we start to see us heading lower, then we'll target this short-term low down here. Looks like there's plenty of buying occurring still though, so sit and watch. So you can kind of see how it's running within this 20-point range, right? Up and then down and then up and then down. And then it's taking out buy side for the most part, with some sell side liquidity being taken out until it reached the rejection block. So it's TBD on whether or not it's going to continue to rip upwards or not. A lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff here. Just is a lot of waiting, and this is tough. You know, if you're here trying to read price in the morning, it's tough. I'm looking at it from an intraday scalping perspective only, especially after a huge range day. So if you want a larger move, likely wait until after 1:30 p.m. or afternoon session, or at least wait for like the 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. silver bullet at least. All right, so now we're reaching for London's highs here. So we traded to Asia's low and immediately bounced from Asia's low. We traded below the midnight opening price as well and bounced off of midnight opening price. So it should take London's high here now. Into my work laptop real quick. What'll be interesting is if it leaves a relative equal high here and starts to trade lower. It would be interesting because it leaves relative equal highs to be taken after the New York Open. If it doesn't take London high right now. Give me a second here though. So it doesn't seem like really much is going on right now. I might actually leave to go eat breakfast. I don't think this is a good use of my time here. I'll let this run, see if there's anything that forms before 8:30, but I'm gonna leave real quick to go eat some breakfast, but I'll be back. Let me drop that in the chat. You shouldn't sit here and like stare at these numbers either. I mean, yes, there could be some moves, but just the morning sessions generally aren't that good after this. So, hey, all leaving to eat some breakfast. Should be back before 8:30 a.m. news embargo. Okay, everyone. So I would say go take a break if you want. If you want to keep on watching this, then be my guest. But this is not worth my time or my mental capacity. You'd be much better suited waiting for 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock Eastern silver bullets or 1:30 p.m. and 2 to 3 p.m. silver bullets. I think you'll have a far better trade. So yes, you might be able to have some trades here, but it's not going to be like super high probability in my mind. We need to wait for a major buy stop to be taken or major sell stop to be taken to give us an idea of what it's going to do next. So far, we've seen buy stops being taken. And quick little retracements there. Okay. So that was a nice little rejection there. So I'd watch to see if this makes a fair value gap here around this after this minute closes. And then if it trades back up into this fair value gap here, then you can take that short targeting internal range liquidity, volume imbalance down here, short-term low down here, and of course external range liquidity within this area as well. I would take half off at if you are finding if there is a short there, and I'm not guaranteeing there is, but if there is a little fair value gap up here, so if it doesn't close that in, I would put my oh, it seems like it might be closing it back in, but around 17553.75. If it doesn't close that in with this minute, then you could probably take 17553.75. Problem is it's not displacement below, so it could just rip higher. I changed my mind on that. I mean, this isn't like a really big displacement lower here, so it could just continue rising higher. So I'm gonna go get some food. I will be back in a little bit. Okay, so hang tight. Go get some food as well, and we'll talk soon. All right, let's see what we got. So it looks like we broke through those buy stops there. Okay, so we broke through London buy stops and we're heading towards that first liquidity range of 17,589. I'm pretty certain since we've bounced off of Asia's high, fairly certain we're going to end up heading up towards that range. Let's see, came back down into the 5-minute chart, came back down into, it broke up above Asia's high there as well. So we can remove these for the time being. I'll keep the London one there, but we traded back down to that order block here on the 5-minute and instantly moved higher from there. So it looks like I missed a move, but that's okay. What time is it now? 7:30. So yeah, I guess try to keep in mind to move at 7 o'clock for future reference. From 7 o'clock till now, it's about 40 handles movement up higher towards this area of liquidity there. So trying to see if we could have seen, you know, could we have is there a way for us to have told that this was going to happen there? This liquidity would be the one that it gets reached for, not this one, you know, because this could have been a 3 drives pattern lower here. So what might have keyed us off? Well, maybe it was the bounce off of and failure to head higher at Asia's low. See if there's anything else that would have indicated to us that, hey, this is not going to head lower. Higher lows kept on being formed after breaking past Asia's low. Let's see. Forex Ragnar says, yeah, price cleared buy stops, maybe a nice AMD. And I guess this is a market maker trap false flag. Could be. Oh man, screwed up my back. Need to get signed into my other laptop too while we're waiting for price to do something. 7:45 right now, so I'll see if the next move ends up being closer to 8:30. I do see on the 1 minute that there was a fair value gap we traded to on the way back up. Let's see, Samuel F. Wallaby, please, I have a question about Apex. Well, unfortunately, I'm not Apex support. You might want to talk to Apex support on that one. If you sign up for the 50K account on NinjaTrader, it's showing 25K. Well, if you're showing a 25K on NinjaTrader, then you probably bought a 25K account instead. That's probably a misclick, and unfortunately there's nothing you can do about it. But the good thing is you have plenty of contracts on a 25K account that you don't need more contracts than that. In fact, in the early stages of the prop firms, even one full E-mini contract is over leveraging. So you probably bought a 25K account, Samuel. Check your login to Apex. That should show you on your account summary. All right, so price didn't trade down to that previous short-term low. And headed higher from there. 5 minutes still looks like it traded into this fair value gap down here. Let's see. See if we can get it. Entry here. There's relative equal lows waiting there too. But this delivery does make it seem like we're going to aim for that 17,589 short-term high. Samuel Afalabi, because I paid for the 50K. You definitely want to email Apex support. Maybe there's something they can do to change it. Not sure. Let's see if there's any change in stated delivery here or not. All right, so seeing us head lower. Let's see if we see price break above that short-term high. We want to see price displace higher if we're going to see it head any higher. Okay, let's see. The price came down, picked up some more orders there, did not create a lower low just yet. See what the 4-hour chart looks like. 4-hour chart looks like it's traded above a bullish order block. 17,561. Okay, so it could head down to 17,561 potentially. Okay. Let me take a look at the hourly chart once more. Let's take a look. We have a low, swing low, high, lower low, and now we've traded higher. So this itself right here can be treated like a bullish breaker. So that in itself right there can be treated as a bullish breaker because we have a low, high, lower low, displacement higher. So we could potentially trade down into the 1560, maybe that high of 15,558 potentially. Because it does kind of look like it's just kind of consolidating right now. Not really doing anything here. So on the 4-hour chart, you can see that bullish order block I'm looking at, right? That right there. That series of down close candles on the 4-hour is looking like a bullish order block to me. But that the top of that bullish order block allows us to head down into the 14,562.60 area. So you need to allow for that type of movement if it's going to head lower first. So just keep that in mind. And that happens to be roughly where this buy side imbalance happens to be as well. Right here on the 1-minute chart. If it's going to head down there, of course. But I'm going to keep that in mind for maybe New York Open. I would consider keeping this in mind for New York Open. So let's bring this out to 10 a.m. as a possible bullish order block to consider. And let's see. Let me see what this protection could be. Yeah, takes us right to 17,589 for my swing projection there. Let's see. Good morning, Johnny and all traders. Good morning, Phoenix. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, brother. How's your weekend, Phoenix? You do anything fun? Let's check real quick. No major economic events today, so it's probably just going to keep on consolidating and potentially heading down to that. So even on the 5-minute, there's a volume imbalance there. Down here, there's a volume imbalance down here too. So I think that we'll end up heading down to that breaker there at some point. It's very interesting price action here. Very, very interesting price action. Oh, good. Glad you get to spend some time with family. That's awesome. All right. So I tested out a position or two there. Because it wasn't immediately reacting to the upside, I I closed out of that position with like, $5 profit. But I do like a return, like take of this short-term low. I like a movement down into either this volume imbalance or this buy side imbalance during the daytime. I like a move down into that area for a potential long. And also keeping in mind that this happens to be at 17,560, roughly around where that the bullish order block happens to be roughly around that 17,560 area, and that would line up very nicely with this volume imbalance as well as this buy side imbalance on the 1 minute chart. 5 minute volume imbalance is at the same spot as our 1 minute volume imbalance, so those are good. It's good to see that type of confluence. So we wait to return back to the volume imbalance so you can start legging in to a position at that point in time. So in fact, I will set a limit order. Let me see, 1560. What is this? What is this open here? 17559.50. And then I will also leg into a position at the high of that sell side imbalance here. And do the same for this one. And then for this performance account, let's go. Let me see if maybe like sim. Maybe I can show like sim accounts instead because I'm copying these over. That'd be too many. Yeah, I don't like that. That's too cluttered. But basically, this is trading your plan, right? Like this is what I foresee occurring. I see a bullish breaker here. I see us trading down to this 5 minute by 5 minute there's a 5 minute bullish order block here. Now, yes, there is another one at 17,554. So that means whenever you enter, has to be able to consider that 15-minute bullish order block here. We traded down to it already, so I'm not too concerned about it. So for that reason, I think we're going to head down into this area first, trade to this breaker, potentially trade at that breaker as well. So let's see maybe if I can grab a position there right at that breaker. So that would put me at 50. Stealth stop would be at 50 something. Okay, that's plenty. Yeah. All right, so we're heading down to my target there. So we have a couple of sim accounts here. So you see that I've hit a few of my limit orders there, right? And do we see immediate reaction there? We do. That's good. We want to see that. Limits, let's see, where am I? That's fine, leave the limits there. we allow it to head lower if we want to. 4x Ragnar, do you target the weekly high? You absolutely can. Yes. You absolutely can target the weekly high, but it's already passed by the weekly high though, so there's no need for you to target it further, right? So you're giving it the grace to head down into is to giving it the grace to head down into that minute buy side imbalance here. So that one right here, right? Okay, so prices heading down to maybe that buy side imbalance. Maybe it'll go down and pick up some more orders down there. But notice how we were testing some orders around here, and then we ended up waiting for our limit orders to be taken here. So headed back to that volume imbalance. And of course, if this type of trade gets stopped out, then it gets stopped out, you know? So be it. So we came down to that buy side imbalance here. So if this fails, I would say your stop has to be below this relative equal low down here. So this low of 17,550. So I can move all these stops. I can move to just beneath this 17,550. I think all my stops have to be around that area. $448. And this one, cool, good. So we came back down into that buy side imbalance. And in fact, I can raise this up here as well, so it's all about the same. So far, price is headed down to where we were looking. We noticed it came down into this bullish order block, and are currently trading up from there. We want to see price continue up from here and respect that and head for 17,589 there. So it hasn't taken that out yet. We would like for it to aim for taking out this buy side liquidity here at 17,582 and then heading up towards that high. So if this trade doesn't work out, then it doesn't work out. No big deal. Currently about 2 to 3 handles of profit. That could switch very quickly, of course. But we are taking this with the construct of a few things, right? We're taking this with the construct that we had a low, high, lower low. So people went short, took out these buy stops, and then we came high up here again, took out these shorts, had those buy stops. People who went short who didn't get out here, ideally we would see them begin to buy into this. But keep in mind, we took out buy stop liquidity here too. So if this decides to, and it can, if it decides to run for lower, then our trade idea is nullified, basically, right? That it would head higher for this short-term high first. It is 8 o'clock, so there's no reason for it to run anytime soon, right? Absolutely no reason. It's perfectly fine where it's at. Maybe I'll sell one at 82. And if I have another contract here, I'll sell one at 82. There. Move down to 82. Okay, so it looks like our trade idea is likely invalidated there. We saw some sell stops be taken there, and we're not seeing immediate. We're not seeing like immediate movement up higher here. So we'll try one more, but we're going to raise our stop. And we'll keep our stop there, that's fine. It does look like it has some room here till 52. But if it heads any lower than 52, I think it's time to close. Because then our idea is now invalidated. Once we break through the confines of this breaker, then our idea is potentially invalidated here. So we'll watch. Need the express to start rolling this AM. Yeah, we don't know if it's going to happen. I mean, this is the difficulty with trading on Mondays, right? We took buy side liquidity, so it's very possible it can just change and take out sell side liquidity now, right? But that is, that's part of the trade. It's part of what we do here. It is what it is. If we're not seeing some targeted movement higher, then maybe it's destined to head lower in the short term. Yeah, it could be like because we're not seeing like really immediate movement higher, I have a feeling it's going to continue to bleed lower. But let's see. Our sell stops will do their job, basically. 50.25. Move my stops up a little bit to 50.25. And if we get stopped out, we get stopped out. But if it heads lower, I mean, I do see on the 5-minute chart, I definitely do see like these fair value gaps in this lower breaker, or this lower bullish order block here. So it can head lower to those and then immediately bounce higher. It could head all the way down to the sell side liquidity here and then bounce. Hey Karen, good to see you. I'm about to get stopped out of some of the trades. So we would need to see big green candles here to really feel like there's a chance. And if it heads back up to that buy side imbalance, then we can add another contract here. But otherwise, it's likely gonna stop us out if it rejects from this sell side imbalance that we just traded down through. So notice how we traded down to this 15-minute bullish order block. So it will depend on how the next candle, how it trades, right? So this could still continue lower. Absolutely. It's not really respecting this bullish order block, right? So I think we're going to get stopped out on this one. So after taking buy side liquidity, we should have looked at this as a potential to head short to take out sell side liquidity next. I saw this as a potential bullish breaker, but obviously that has failed here. We can see it starting to fail. Doesn't have to fail, but it's towards its last legs here, right? If it doesn't see some movement higher, then it's gonna head lower to take out these sell side liquidities here. Yeah, looks like the sell side's quite strong. There's not really much being spooled on the buy side at all. Hello, hello. Yeah, don't worry about it. You didn't miss anything. It's a tough morning trades anyways. It's tough to trade in the morning. Good morning, good morning. All right, so if this bullish order block does not hold, there is liquidity waiting to be taken to the downside here. Now, it doesn't feel like anything's going to hold up around here, but so far it's still holding. We are 13 minutes away from news embargo, so it does feel like it's going to head lower. Just because usually if you're seeing a movement back to a bullish order block, typically you're seeing like immediate reaction there or something of the sort. So since we're not seeing that, I'm more prone to believe that it's headed to take out sell side. There you go. So here we can re-enter short, aiming for that sell side liquidity now. Okay. Wait, where are my stops though? It's kind of weird. Where are my stops? 49. Oh, that's weird. Okay, there we go. That was pretty weird. I didn't have stops on my other charts here. 1761, 17557. Hello from Russia. Hello, hello. All right, so because we took buy side there, we're aiming to seek sell side for the time being. So that puts us around 17,534, roughly, as a potential first take profit. One consideration is that on the 5-minute chart, it's heading down into a buy side imbalance here. So if we see movement higher from here, then I will close out my shorts. We knew it could potentially trade down there, but we were hopeful we wouldn't see it come down and take out our shorts there, or take out our longs there. For now, I'll keep the shorts on. Internal range liquidity here. I think if it trades back to that bullish order block, then potentially, because I see on the 15 minutes bullish order block or breaker goes all the way down to there. So the 15-minute closes higher, then we're in trouble on our shorts. So I'm gonna right now, we might be in trouble with that, because it does look like it's taken that 5-minute 5-minute buy side imbalance, and it's holding there. Okay. Anything above this level, and we are in trouble. We don't want to see it to go much higher than this. Okay, closing out, going long again. So I'm basically using the concept here that it traded down to a lower buy side imbalance. Here. And now we're treating that now as a consequent encroachment of the 15-minute bullish order block there as well. And we should be able to now move our stops to here. Take profit, I think. $64. Take 2 off here at 64. Take 2 off at 64.75. Kid poker market only goes up. Well, our plan was here is that this would serve as a potential bullish breaker here. On the 15-minute, it does seem to be holding, but on the 5-minute, I should have held the highest, thickest candle there, so that was my fault there for not incorporating the entire 15-minute candle on that breaker. We see there's a low, high, lower, low, displacement higher here, so shouldn't have reversed too quickly there. Let me check something here. So news embargo in a few minutes. Let me take a look at the 15-minute. This high is 1782. I actually want to take profit at 82. Instead, I'm actually not going to take partials there. I'm going to leave that. I'll just let us get stopped out if we're supposed to get stopped out. 44.42. Looks like the orders didn't copy, so something's wrong with the trade copier. I'm just gonna close the trade copier. This isn't working. I wanted this to work to copy trades over, but it doesn't seem like sim account's working here, so, and it's just taking up space. So we're gonna take a look at charts and keep it clean on the charts. Kid poker, well, I shorted last night and I'm getting killed. Why did you short last night? Is the question. What was the reasoning behind the short? Was there something that structurally looked good in your plan to shorts? Okay. One around 65. Okay. News embargo occurred. We're seeing news take price lower first. All right, so news embargo is out. Price is trading lower for the time being. And looks to be pretty heavy on the sell side. Quite a bit. Let's see if it holds. We're now at midnight opening price once more. Trading down into a couple of things here. So it looks like it failed there. And if we break below that short-term low, then there's a good chance that we'll break there. All right, so it does look like it's heading for the sell side liquidity potentially. Let's see if we get displacement higher here or not on the lower time frames. If we see continued movement lower, then so be it. Traded down to a 1 minute bullish order block there. It's not coupled with anything there, so be careful there. If we do see this engulf, though, this is pretty telling. I mean, that's a lot of sell side, right? That's a lot of people selling. Lot of algo selling. So it looks like it is aiming for this sell side liquidity next. So it took out all the sell side liquidity there. And we'll see what it heads to next. Let's London low. I mean, Thursday and Friday's up, due for a pullback. You're getting a pullback here. I mean, it's pretty good. Pretty good pullback, I would say. So now we're reaching some of the lows here. And if it's gonna go, it's gonna go like it's gonna really head for those London lows. Yeah, I agree, Karen. London low is being aimed for around here, right? So we get some little bit of buying here. Took out an initial sell side liquidity there. Potentially could see some buying to take this back up before heading lower. But it does look pretty heavy. We just took out a sell side liquidity there, but this does count as displacement. So we'll see if we head back up into this range here. So that's the kind of signature that we're looking at from a displacement perspective. That's the kind of signature we're looking for. What news is there today? There's a 10 a.m. 10 a.m. small piece of news, but nothing major, right? But that London low is going to be suspect, since we just took out a couple of lows there. 5-minute, we just displaced below this low as well. So I would look for this to continue to take out London lows at least today. That's the next draw that I see. As Karen mentioned, of course. We can kind of see this buy portion, terminus, and then displacement first stage of distribution, and then this is our second stage of distribution here. Yeah, Jay Whitway. My problem is figuring out if it's a sweep or a run. Yeah, agreed. And it's so difficult. We're trading on a Monday. So don't beat yourself up on this. It's a Monday, right? We passed below the 6 o'clock 4 hour candle open. Yeah, we did. So, I mean, we took buy side liquidity. What's there to take next? In my opinion, it's sell side liquidity, right? Now, does that mean that we can't head back up? That we can't head back up into this area of Sibi before we head lower? Absolutely, we can. Only 55 points from break even. That's quite a bit, Kid Poker. Uh, that is quite a bit of a drawdown you've got there. Hopefully you didn't hold this whole time. So if this is a end portion, second stage distribution of a market maker sell model, there's a good chance that we will see some pretty violent action down to take out London's lows here, as that is the beginning of this movement higher. So keeping that in mind. Hey, good morning, Deep Chow. Big Faza. Oh, that was the news question. Okay, gotcha. It's a breakaway gap at 8 o'clock. What time frame are you looking at? What time frame are you looking at? It's kind of key, right? All right, so we should see us reach down towards this low here soon, hopefully. All right, so second stage accumulation here, or second stage distribution here, rather. 5-minute chart is the 8 o'clock a.m. breakaway gap. Yes, I would consider that to be a breakaway gap. Yes, correct. So we're seeing the second stage. So first stage distribution is here, right? Second stage distribution should be happening, and we should see some fast candles to take out London's low, resting liquidity, basically. So the algo knows there's people that have been going long this whole time, right? So if it takes that London low, it will take it very quickly. We should see big black candles soon. That's London's low down there on the 1 minute time frame. So it looks like on a 5 minute time frame. All right, so should see some big black candles, fast movement. We want to see sell side distribution occur very swiftly. And it should head to that mark and then some. We should see it blow through London low very quickly if it's headed down that direction. You can kind of like tell the algos knows that there's sell side liquidity here. And there's sell side liquidity waiting right here. It's just like you can tell it's smelling it, sniffing it out. It's like a little, it's like a hunter. It's a snake, or it's a snake kind of like licking its tongue out to see where's the resting orders, right? It's very obvious that the resting orders are right there. So this may not be the case anymore. So okay, so we should see some big black candles in a minute. And once that happens, we need to see if it's willing to reverse there or if it's going to continue lower. That's the key. All right, so we're aiming for London's low now. 17,518. We should see big black candles take that out shortly. And almost there. Just a little bit more for our profits. And let's see a big black one to take it out now. It's very close. So everyone who went long has market sell stops waiting below this price here. Market sell stops are sitting below this short-term low. There we go. So price target hit. Everything is out. Let me make sure I have no additional orders, no more positions. Good, good, good. Okay, so that was a nice little scalp lower after having gotten stopped out a little bit earlier. Let me see if this shows anything. It doesn't show anything else here. That's on the sim account, but dang. Okay, so we noticed that this displacement at 830, this gave us context, right? It allowed us to think, okay, well, it could rise back up here. As we broke below, we could potentially see us aiming for sell side liquidity. So with this second stage distribution, we use the market maker sell model concept there. We entered, I had entered shorts right when we had broken back through this short-term low here. I treated this as a bearish order block, and I had entered this within this downward movement here, knowing that it was likely to aim for this short-term low here. So yeah, so liquidity to liquidity, right? So let's take a recap there. This morning, we had taken out buy side liquidity here, right? There's Asia high, London high, and this high here. So with this displacement, we took out 1, 2, and then 3. So right when I saw this, remember, we weren't sure which direction, if it was it going to keep going higher, was it going to reverse and head lower? We weren't sure. So we had taken a long there, gotten stopped out, taken a short, got stopped out, and then we took a short here, a little long, saw that it wasn't going our direction, closed out in profit, and then took a short here to take that down to sell side liquidity. Now, yeah, it's okay, Jay Whitney. It's okay. It happens. I've seen it enough times where I see this level of liquidity waiting there, and that's why it's important to keep these session highs and lows on your graph, because you want to see where session lies, where resting buy side liquidity is, and then once that's taken out, your idea has to be, okay, do I see a market structure shift in that? Do I see displacement below a short-term low in the direction opposite of these buy side liquidities? If so, then that starts to formulate our plan for potential market structure shift within the structure of a market maker. So this was a market maker buy model, right? Very low, but it's easier to see. It's easier to see it if you elongate these here, right? Let me pull over. One of the other charts here. Okay. Let me see. So let's pull a 5-minute chart up and let's elongate this whole section here. So from a conceptual perspective, we have this portion being the start of the day. We see it trade down. It took out Asia's low, took out relative equal highs, but did not create relative equal highs up here. Started trading lower. We took out lows again. We started to accumulate here, started moving higher, and then we took out relative equal highs and Asia's high. So buy side's done. We stopped out all the shorts. So where's market maker going to try to go to next? Well, we know that there's breakout traders that are trying to go long, kind of like how I did. And then we see this displacement here take out a short-term low after taking out a key level, right? This was our first indication that we got below this short-term low and we got below this short-term low on the 5-minute, right? So movement upwards into this volume imbalance here. should have allowed us to think, okay, well, maybe we're heading lower. And I use that concept because I saw this as a first stage of distribution on a market maker sell model here. So something that you want to conceptualize as well is that every single market maker buy model legs into a market maker sell model eventually. And a market maker sell model, every single market maker sell model legs into a market maker buy model eventually as well. Let me see if I can go to a different chart. Once you understand that concept, it becomes easier to frame things. So you can see, peaks and troughs here. Let's see if you can find a good example. So probably easier to show on the daily, honestly. So each of these was part of a sell model all the way down to here. And then now, once we see market shift, it's part of a buy model. This is a market maker buy model. It continues higher into this part of the higher buy model. And on the daily, there's relative equal highs here. So there's some consolidation here, right? So naturally, you now see old highs, consolidation, market maker sell model, displacement higher. So what else is resting above here? Here's a market maker buy model, right? Well, what else is resting up there? Well, we blew through these already twice. So there's this market maker buy model that we're now attacking on the daily. So once you start to see that, it becomes a little bit easier to identify, even on the microstructure here. It doesn't have to do this always, but knowing that we had a huge run up on Friday, we know that AM session typically is consolidating. So when you have consolidation, that's when you want to look for those buy side liquidity, sell side liquidity, turtle soup type approaches. Now, it's not guaranteed that this is going to react and head all the way back up, right? I don't know what's going to happen next. I see this liquidity being next. I see this as potential relative equal lows. So there's a lot of stuff here that that within a consolidation, this is when I typically find the highest probability of turtle soups, where you have one short-term high, another short-term high, maybe two short-term lows being relative equal lows. If you see evidence of like really big displacement, like 8:30 a.m., that was a really easy displacement to see, right? Compared to the size of these candle bodies, this was this combination of movement here, that can be considered as displacement, right? Even on the way up, this was displacement. But the thing is this huge candle, obviously that's a little bit more of a displacement there. It's pretty obvious there, right? So my guess is we end up heading down towards that buy side imbalance on the 15-minute that I had mentioned. If we break through that, new week opening gap would be the next target. And one thing to note is that this 17,495 is a January high. So where is it? 17,495. So this is a January, well, December. This is a December high, but that is a daily high that we were targeting up here, right? Right there. So we need to see what direction price wants to go today. It is still consolidating. So we just took out. So the Asia range we've taken out now. London's range we've also taken out. So what else exists? What you need to ask yourself. What's more likely this week? Is it more likely that this weekly candle that we just started heading upwards expands and continues higher after 2 weeks of 2 weeks of growth there? Or is it more probable that it retraces into this buy-side imbalance that we recreated, right? Looking for buys below midnight open if it shows structure for it. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Something to note is that we did see us head higher in the early part of the day. Now notice that there's this buy-side imbalance here, right? And let me see if I can pull it up from like a hourly. Is not going to show you the swing. Yeah, there's technically this swing here. So this is the one that I was looking at. So right now we've traded down to a optimal trade entry area already. And the thing is it's a pretty weak swing because it's only on the 15-minute and there's no swing. There's nothing here until you get all the way down to here. So where we're at right now is a pretty high premium. And I think that when we open around here, 17.527, we're going to have a little bit of a real-time hour gap beneath us. So keep that in mind as well on the real-time hour chart, that we got a real-time hour gap. We potentially, if we stay around here, we potentially open up with a real-time hour gap beneath us. That goes all the way. Let me show you this once more. That goes all the way to this high of 17,447.50. 17,447.50 is roughly here, right? Roughly, right? Technically, this closed at 17,444. So, so in that light, keep that in mind. Be careful. Be very, very nimble on your trades today. Look for entry when you get to those short-term highs and short-term lows, and then target where you see relative equal lows or relative equal highs, because chances are it's going to target those today. Let's see. Asia, just me, Asia low perhaps. Looking for buys below midnight open. Just me, what do you mean by Asia low perhaps? Because Asia low has been taken already. So curious what you mean by that. Anna Maria Stoika. Cool. Let's see. Let me hop in here and see. So the question here is Asia range is not from 1900 to midnight. That's where I have my Asia range from 20 to running from 20. Actually, no, it's not right. Hold on. I have it ranging from 20, so 18. That'd be about 8 o'clock till midnight, roughly. That's the Asia range that I use. That is something that is taught in some of the other ICT lessons there. The Asia, the opening of Asia does begin at 17 or 1800, we'll say, right? 1900 would be about what, 7 p.m. So Asia actually starts around 6 p.m., which is 1800. And I use this 2000 to midnight range because that's when I typically see a better consolidation and I can get a better sense of what's happening. The run up here certainly needs to be taken into effect, but I use one of the Asia range examples, trading the Asian range. Let me see if I can find that for you. Oh, where is that? ICT trading Asia range, YouTube. Let's see if we can find this here. I think it's implementing the Asian range. 7 p.m. New York, 12 a.m. So that'd be 1900. So let me see if I can find this here. Unless I just had it wrong. That's really possible as well. I'll go back to find where I think. I don't know where I grabbed the 20 from. I've just been using that. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 19, 18. Yeah, maybe I was using the Asia range incorrectly. That might have been a oversight on my end because of my sessions getting messed up since the Rhythmic screwed up my data. So that might have been a oversight on my side. Let me fix that. I'll go back and check to see in my notes though to see what part I might have why I used 20 to 24 versus 19 to 24. Let me jot that down. Actually, I don't have time to look at it right this moment because I have a couple of things I have to head to. But Asia 1900 to 00 Y 2000 question mark. Thanks for bringing that up, Anna Maria. Appreciate that. Wonder if why these were set fine. Yeah, that's really weird. Okay, well, I'll take a look at that and get back to you on tonight. I'll drop a comment on that, and I'll take a look back into why I was using the 20 range. And make sure I'm not missing any meetings first. Saying mindset, hey, good bro, morning. Don't you think 6 a.m. session is a Judas swing, which tells us we're likely to have a bearish day? Yeah, could be. Could be. New week opening gap, so we traded up. From a power of 3 perspective, typically on a typical week, I might consider this to be a Judas swing to the upside. I think that this might be a bearish Monday going into a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday expansion higher to potentially, but it's not guaranteed, obviously. Because the reason why is that on the higher time frame, we have like such a huge couple of levels on the Dow and on NASDAQ to hit that are to the upside. So that's why I'm thinking maybe Monday, Tuesday, we trade bearishly. But weekly expansion, I'm looking for price to reach either head down into this area first and then head higher, or head higher to target these short-term highs and keep squeezing some of the shorts out, because on Friday there are a lot of shorts that got squeezed. So I agree. I think that this could be a Judas swing to head lower in the first part of the week. PM application is currently down. Oh no. All right, let me check something. UAT. check something here. Sometimes we neglect the 1900 to 20 hour and Asia session. Yeah, if I did that, I need to go back and find the lesson that I noted that in. I'm pretty sure that I did that for a reason, but again, like, let me go back and check to be sure. I'll have to get back to Anna Maria. Okay. So from here, so here for 2022 model, what you're typically looking at now at 8:30 in the morning. I think this is 8:30. Excuse me. Apologies. Let me get some water here. Okay, so this is roughly what, 8:30. Okay, so if this is our price at 8:30, right? What are our swing highs and swing lows that we could potentially target? Well, we have buy side liquidity now up here, right? Let me get rid of this here. So buy side has now shifted over to over here. And sell side, of course, is still teetering around relative equal lows. It's moved, technically, it's moved to here, right? But it's still teetering around relative equal lows, roughly around this area, right? So on your higher time frames, we know that we have at 8 o'clock or 8:30 a.m. the two highs and lows that are of interest. Obviously, this short-term low with this fair value gap here is of interest. This could be an inversion fair value gap here, but I'm going to remove these for the time being because we've already traded through them. And there's a sell side imbalance here as well. So this has potential to be a SIBI that we traded up to. And of course, short-term high up here. So you can't discount that because look at how close it is to this this other key value here. There's liquidity resting above here that would propel us higher. Watching this buy side imbalance, right? So keep an eye out for that buy side imbalance there. As you move further south, you can, until you reach a key level, be it new week opening gap, this buy side imbalance, this discount PD array, until you reach something like that and you see a signature that we're heading back higher, you don't want to assume that we're going to take out the high. You're going to, right now, we've taken out the sell side liquidity, and there's PD arrays, discount PD arrays beneath us that could potentially be targeted on the 15-minute chart. On the hourly chart, there's not that much. You're already moving down into this portion of this buy side imbalance. So what you're gonna want to look for here is so previous day's high, open and high, low and close, right? So this is the high, this is the close, right around that new week opening gap, right? What else is there? Volume imbalance right at that new week opening gap. And then a huge buy side imbalance beneath us, right? followed by pretty much just a giant buy side imbalance there. I'm actually a little late. I have to head to a call now, so I have to go off screen. I have to go off camera. So I have to go. I'll try to answer some of the questions in chat. I just have a couple of morning meetings, but for everyone that's here, let me see who we've got here. YouTube. For all the, wow, there's 50 people watching. So so for everyone that's here watching, thank you so much for chiming in. I will be on chat today. I'm physically at home, so I will be on chat. I'll look at the chat and try to answer your questions there, but keep an eye on those areas of the liquidity and the new week opening gap, okay? So I think, and that buy side imbalance I marked on the 15-minute, okay? So thank you so much. I have to go, but I will be around. Trade safe today. Be careful. I would wait for the PM session today for the bigger move because of how much we moved. So just be careful. Trade light today, okay? Talk soon. See ya.